All right, mic check. Let's triple check that we're good. Cam check. What is up, y'all? What's this event you keep hearing about? Apparently the new patch is out with the anniversary event. So, and there was actually quite a few quality of life stuff that actually hit this patch too. I'm actually looking forward to at least trying out. When Jay was going on, yep, goblins. I heard the goblins are kind of awful at the moment, but they know, and that they're looking into it. So, I guess we'll see, right? New patch coming out tomorrow too. I'm assuming that's to fix the goblins, right? So, at least that's the assumption. All right, so I guess let's pull up the game. Exit that. Speaking of the game, Boston versus Dallas. About that. Is it Rob raged hard? Really? Rob raged. It's hard. It's hard to imagine Rob raging. I mean, especially considering that like yeah, it's messed up, but it's like they said they got a fix coming tomorrow, so we got like a day, right? But but yeah, I still can't see Rob raging. Oh, this is my favorite Hell Tide, and we got 45 minutes to go. Okay. Boston ain't been the same since they lost Bird. I mean, Boston kind of like just cruised on by Dallas tonight though. I was actually kind of sad to kind of see, only because I was hoping for a closer game. So it was kind of like once the halftime kind of hit, I was just like not really that interested. And then I kind of saw them come back a little bit. They tried to make a little comeback, right? They got down to they got within 8 points, right? And then Boston's like, nah, bro, we're not gonna let you do this. And then that was all she wrote, basically. So, actually, let's see if the boss is there. How important is crit for Heartseeker rogue since it works on vulnerable damage? How much should you have? Crit damage doesn't mean anything at all on a Heartseeker build, because the only thing that matters on rogue in terms of damage is concerned is the one that scales with your passive. That's it. And of course main stat, but since crit damage does not scale with your victimized passive, it doesn't have any bearing on the build. Do you think we add a lucky hit vulnerable roll after the patch? So I briefly looked over that, but like what changed with that? Like what exactly changed with it? To me, that it made it sound like masterworking or something like that is what they were mentioning to those affixes. It was before the fix was announced and everything was just dog shit. It's like the duration got less. Oh well, I'm playing rapid fire, so I guess I don't have that. I really don't think the duration really matters on Heartseeker, because I mean you're literally getting what, 12 arrows per second roughly, probably a little bit more than 12 arrows per second. So I'm pretty sure one of those arrows is gonna proc every second. So I mean you're never gonna like really have a lapse, really. At least if it works the way it says, you're not gonna have a lapse. Of course, things, you know, need testing or whatever, right? So. Oh yeah, I forgot to eat a brain. I killed today Beast and Ice and Andarios and got 2 Uber Uniques. Oh, you mean you killed Well, yes. Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. But Dread, what's going on, man? I sees you in the corner, bro. I sees you. Appreciate the follows, y'all. Been following your Heartseeker build. Do you recommend a neck with +3 to Malice and Exploit with crit chance, or one with GA lucky hit, CC index? The first one, because like passives are just in general just all out stronger. Period. I think I'm gonna do like an amulet command and like literally name every possible affix and just put them in order of what I prefer. I feel like that's like the #1 question I get nowadays, which is fine. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. You know, it's just impossible to know what double dips and why what passive is better and why weapon mastery doesn't work with the key passives, but Malice triple dips for some strange reason. Like, this isn't really well-known information, so I totally understand the questions. But yeah, you've been racking your brain on it for like 2 hours. I feel you. Ryan Hart, what's going on, man? Also, Mercs, what's happening? You can follow my Maxroll GG Heartseeker's guide to the T. However, I'm stuck on pit 160. You're stuck on 160? So you're stuck on the highest pit cleared so far in the game? Is that what you're saying? What are you doing wrong? Well, obviously everything, because you only have the highest clear, right? I'm pretty sure you meant to say 60, but I mean, 160, I mean, I don't know. I guess we're doing it wrong if you got the 160. I mean, I'm just saying. Obviously, we're doing it wrong. Hey, sorry to bother. Yeah, dude, how dare you bother me? How dare you chat with me while I am live on Twitch and YouTube? While I'm streaming live in my chat, how dare you use the chat feature on Twitch to ask me a question, the streamer, when it says on the Maxroll website, ask questions when he's live. How dare you? How dare you? Man. One of your mates found a Harlequin with the GA on a Durio, so the no GA myth on Uber Unique from boss is done. Oh, I mean, we knew that. RNG is RNG, man. Right? I mean, it's gonna be rare, obviously, but RNG is RNG. What is the highest known row clear in pits? Who knows? Because people stop posting it after like the pit, right? So who knows if anyone's done a 135 or a 136 unless they upload it somewhere, right? So hey, Dressai, so when do you think we're gonna get a Tetris branch? Let's see. Also a Fortnite. We need a Fortnite branch, man. Do you know how much viewers that will bring in? Like, and then do like a tier list of skins, right? Like every season we just rate the skins for Fortnite. Damn. Minesweeper. Yeah, bro. Minesweeper branch. Bro, I may be out of a little shape, but Tetris 64 was your jam. But yo, bro, hit me up if it's a Sonic 3D pinball. I got all the guys for you, bro. I'm telling you. I can write the meta for you on that, bro. I'm telling you. I got you covered. You play Fortnite, I'll never come back here. Bro, they had the one season where they had like the Goku and Vegeta skin or whatever. And I actually had a sponsorship to actually to play, but I forgot why I never did it. But like if there was the one time I was gonna play Fortnite, that would have been it. Get paid to throw Kamehamehas in Fortnite, like hell yeah. that was like 2.5 years ago, somewhere around that range. Do I know of a good Andario's build? I do. Go to Zario's YouTube page. He is the creator of the Andario's Puncture Flurry Road. You forgot the sub. How rude are you? You forgot the sub before bothering. Hey guys. This guy gets it, right? He forgot the sub before bothering. You guys can all follow his lead, right? So before you chat, make sure you sub. Just saying. You know, he's following. He's leading by example. Y'all see him. Y'all hear it. I'm totally kidding, by the way. Just you guys hanging out is like way more than enough. It's been a crazy season so far. Hey, look at this. Amulet. It's decent. I will hold on to that. This actually isn't too bad either. Yeah, so if you're stuck on level 60 pits, it's a gear issue, right? You're missing something, Ryan. When you say you follow the guide to the T, but you're stuck on pit 60, you're missing something. I had this conversation in chat every stream with at least two or three people. And this isn't a you problem per se. It's just there's a lot of moving mechanics in the build, and it's easy to miss something. So I would triple check, quadruple check the guide and make sure you have everything. To me, it makes it sound like either one, you don't have a couple of aspects you need, like big time aspects, like adaptability is one, Moonrise is another, or you're not proccing vulnerable like enough. So you either don't have the chance to make enemies vulnerable, or you don't have a cursed touch. Usually those are the two biggest offenders. Or three, you don't have the exploit glyph. That's also another pretty big one too as well. You said unsub because I said that? Why do I use emeralds over rubies on armor? Because I like to play glass cannon. Like generally I play to not get hit. Like my strategy is to not get hit. So generally I don't get hit as often, and it allows me to kind of play more offensive related. Now I can't put that on Maxroll for obvious reasons, because well, who likes to die in 2 or 3 hits, right? But for me, I'd rather just outplay the game. Like if I die, it's like, oh well, just play better. But I know that's not everybody's mindset. You got a Paragon board set up for a damage control build. What is a damage control build? Can you go into more detail about what you mean by damage control? You mean like damage reduction, or like, you know, damage with crowd control? Like, we're boss 10 minutes. Gotcha. Oh, close quarters combat. Okay. Well, I mean, there are some builds that do run close quarters combat. Probably the best one right now would be the Endariel's Flurry setup. It's like the best for a close quarters combat setup type ordeal. But you can't just like take a, let's say, a rapid fire build or a barrage build and just do close quarters combat and expect for it to perform well. I guess Poison Barrage does use close quarters combat, but obviously it's not as effective as the Andariel setup or whatnot. But what I think is better is Shadow Imbuement or the Cow Traps. Well, considering the content I'm running right now, which is Helltide, they never live long enough for Cow Traps to be useful. So since I'm need to spread the damage or whatever, Shadow Imbuement makes more sense here. Jalen Brown also. Yo, Jalen Brown does not get enough credit, man. Everybody always keeps talking about Jason Tatum, Jason Tatum, Jason Tatum. Porzingis actually played really well the first half or whatnot. But Jalen Brown, man, he's like... I like watching him play, man. Have I tried Puncture Flurry build with a poison setup? It's actually super fun. I would try it if I had an Andariel's. I mean, I don't have an Andariel's. So, what build is this? Rapid Fire. Hey, bro, Enhance is the same as basic attack skill. Enhance. Is Heartseeker just better? Well, Heartseeker just rolls higher. That's all. Like it rolls one rank higher, but it's the same exact thing. I said it to you yesterday, bro. Porzingis MVP. Well, he played. I mean, that was an MVP. That was an MVP game from him today, though. He did. He handled that today. My build is the same as Maxroll's. I mean, pretty much, yeah. I might have like maybe a point or two different in my skill tree, and I'm running like Dex gems in my arm and my gear, but basically it's essentially the same thing. If Jalen Brown ever adds anything to his dribble move bag, the league is done for. Bro, I mean, dude has a crossover though. I mean, it ain't like it ain't the smoothest thing ever, but I mean, he can, you know, he got enough of a dribble to be dangerous with. But I mean, when you're comparing it to like, you know, watching Kyrie Irving playing or something like that, then it's kind of like, yeah, well, about that. Can I show skill tree, please? It's on the Maxroll site. Legit, my skill tree is practically the same thing. I just got Shadow Imbuement instead of Cow Traps for the most part. I do want to experiment with something different though, or whatnot, but I will make it well known when I do. How am I doing today? So far all right. I was hoping for a slightly more entertaining game today in terms of like, you know, it being like more competitive, but I mean, other than that, I got a lot of work done around the house today, so that was good. I fixed a light fixture outside. So I felt accomplished. Why did I pick concealment and shadow? I don't have concealment. It's a smoke grenade. Shadow Imbuement is for speed. Is for speed farming. It just makes sense because I'm in Helltide right now, so. It actually makes sense to have it. And Kyrie, who didn't even play, he's 0-11 against your Celtics. Bro, the Celtics booed him every time he got the ball, the entire game. The entire game. Like I was expecting it maybe like, you know, All right, you know, maybe the first quarter or whatever, maybe a little bit of second quarter, the entire game. So I feel like that's gonna go on the entire series, every home game. Is it rightfully so? Yeah, I mean, Kyrie did deserve that. Someone pushed 120 with Vigis, just needs to be optimized. That 120 isn't high though. I mean, for a build for an off meta build, I guess you could say that's actually not bad. And versus a lot of other builds in the game, that's actually not bad either. Like it may not be high compared to, like, let's say a Heartseeker, but it's definitely like better than like all Druid builds. It's better than half of the bar builds. I say half, not the obviously goated ones. It's better than half of the Necro builds. I mean, it's definitely like, if you look at the big picture, it's actually, I mean, that ain't bad. You said Barbersork doing, yeah, but I mean, that's like, again, like 1 or 2 builds are doing that. Not the whole class. 1 or 2 builds are doing that. So like when I think of a 120, I'm looking at all builds in the game, where they land, right? You look at a 120 and it's like, that's actually not bad. We can't go, like, since we're talking about basketball, we can't go, hey yo, Porzingis had a really good game, right? And he's like, oh well, he's no Michael Jordan. And we're just like, well, yeah, that's true, but that don't mean Porzingis did bad because he ain't Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we don't need to devalue. You know, you know what I'm saying? We're very quick to do that, I think, as gamers. From Rapid Fire, how do I like it? I'm still not a fan of the lob. It's growing on me, but not in a way that, like, I'm gonna say I like him, but like, I don't really know how to really describe it. I guess I'm getting used to it, but I still don't like it. However, I think worst case scenario, I would settle for something like increasing the AoE size. Like if the lob has to stay, if Blizzard decides the lob stays or whatever, I would be okay with a AoE increase, like increase the AoE size by double. So if you're playing on console or whatever, you have a chance of actually hitting the mobs, even if you didn't aim, or even if you can't, you know, aim the way you want to. Yeah, so I mean, if they were like to double the AoE size of it, I'd be okay with the delay, or just remove the delay, or just remove the lob. Actually, that'd be my preference, but they're not gonna do that. I don't think. I don't see them going, you know, redesign this quickly. But yeah, if they just double the AoE, that would be a huge quality of life. I can say the AoE is definitely way too small considering how long the delay is. Yeah, the AoE is tiny, man. And since by the time you shoot where you're shooting, the mobs are moving, it's very easy to miss. And I don't even consider that a skill issue, because I mean, not all the time can you predict where the mobs are going to be. It's different if you was playing against a human opponent, right? Like let's say like a fighting game, or you're playing a first person shooter, right? Like, or I'm gonna say a first person shooter, but like let's just say you're playing a fighting game, right? and you're fighting or you're playing against your opponent with like that, you get to kind of sort of know his movements. You can kind of predict what he's going to do next, or you can condition him to do certain things because he's human. When you're playing against the AI, you can't do that, right? You can't sit there and go, okay, this is the shaman. I know what he's getting ready to do. He's going to move to the left after he shoots a skill like that, and then you can kind of just do it that way. That would be applying light skill or applying knowledge-based skill in a sense. In this game, that doesn't exist. You can't do that. The AI is literally, well, does random shit all the time. So it's a guessing game, and it's always a guessing game, and that doesn't feel good in an action RPG, in my opinion. So I love skill-based things. If you guys hang around the stream long enough, you know I love skill-based combat, gameplay, whatever like that. But when I can't really apply it because I have no idea what the mobs are going to do and my AoE is like super teeny tiny, it just becomes more aggravating than fun trying to land that the lob or whatever. It is 2 seconds now, yeah. Huh. Well then. You know what? We're gonna hold on to that ring. So yeah, I mean, like I said, there are some suggestions. You can make the AoE larger. You can make the impact quicker, like, you know, increase the velocity of the lob effect, so it hits, it impacts quicker, which would also help. Or you can just remove the lob and just make it an exploding arrow, and I think more people will be happier about that option. But yeah, Master Vigor does increase the duration of vulnerable like you hit. Okay, all right. So I mean, it ends up being +3 anyways eventually, right? Or 3 seconds anyway. I'm trying. You got Andoria's yesterday, yeah. It's a fun fast build. If you get sick of the builds, it's a good one to try at least. Yeah, I just don't think like. I mean, there are some builds that struggle to, you know, clear like 80s or like that, and that kind of sucks because, well, farming, right? You want to farm Stygian stones, you want to farm, you know, legendary mass more efficiently, so that matters. But like a build that's able to clear 130 versus a build that can clear like 140, like there's no actual reward difference between the two in terms of like what's necessary at that point, right? That's why I kind of make mention of that, the whole Michael Jordan reference, where it's like, oh dude, you know, Luka Doncic is like, it's like a really good player. He's like, yeah, but he's no Michael Jordan. And it's like what? yeah, that's true, but that don't mean he ain't good. That don't mean that he ain't good. He's like, oh, I'm not gonna watch him, you know, him play because he's not Michael Jordan. I'm like, well, wait, what? That's all. I think that's kind of my thought process there. Guess we'll go back here. Wait. Oh man, I missed the world boss. Whoops. And you guys remind me too as well. Or you guys reminded me too, right? Is it discredit? Yeah. Discredit, yeah, that's where I'm looking for. Big. He was watching this stream with the CEO of Twitch today, talking about why they changed the sub amount. Why did they? I don't know about it. Michael, what's going on? I'm sure you answered this before. Maybe I just missed something on the Heartseeker guy, but I finally got the range with the resistance needed. However, my res is capped at 68. Is that right, or did you mess it up? Are you, do you have all 925 gear everywhere? Like, are your rings and amulet all 925? Also check the Paragon board and make sure that you've taken every single all-res node you could have, given the right board. So think about the main board, right? Make sure that all of these are taken, right? And then when you go to Leyrana's Instinct, make sure that all of the reses are taken there too as well. It should put you at about like 69.9 or 69.5 sometimes. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, if it's 68, then you're probably missing like one RS node somewhere. Like one blue RS node. And my opinion was that they want more money. But that sounds like what all businesses do when they make changes, right? We're not making enough money. How do we make more money? Okay, well we do things to make more money. Sounds like a great idea. We'll do the thing that makes us more money. So yeah, that sounds about right. Given that Twitch has been kind of bleeding for some time now. Won't someone think of the shareholders? I know, right? Poor shareholders. We really need to feed their families, man. We got to get them their second, or was it third yacht? Pretty sure it's a third yacht, right? Let's see. Is it damn inflation? Alright. He said, thank you, enjoying the stream. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Sorry, why smoke screen? Oh, it's smoke grenade. This was honestly, this setup right here was like my old school Rapid-Fire setup or whatever. If you ever like look in the Rapid-Fire guide, the Maxroll, and then you see like the season 3 video, which I'm gonna update at some point. At some point I will. Like these are all the skills you see. Like this is like the old school way of kind of playing it. And sometimes I like it. But Caltraps makes more sense than like the pit stuff because Caltraps is just so good this season. But in Helltide, I mean, everything just dies, so Caltraps isn't really needed here. Let them stream on Twitch and see how well they do. I mean, no comment. Blood Master, what's going on? Robert Johnson, what's happening, man? So this weekend, depending on whether or not, well, I guess yeah, this weekend. So this weekend, probably Saturday or Sunday, we're making Druid or Sword. I'm gonna let you guys. I'm gonna let you guys choose. We'll do a poll probably at some point. But it's gonna be either Druid or Sword. At first I said Druid, but I kind of really want to play some Frozen Orb Sword. So, if you die in hardcore, you lose your gear. Yes. You lose everything. You lose your gear. You lose your life. You lose your family. Yeah, pretty much everything. Your will to live, yep, yeah, all that, pretty much. Ice Coffees, what's going on? He's like, yeah. Hey, is the event on? The event is on. However, it's a little bugged and not doing what it's supposed to do completely, so we'll get another patch tomorrow that fixes the goblins not dropping the appropriate amount of loot. You lose your game flash stuff and have to reset. But yeah, the hardcore means what it means. It's basically you die, you literally die. Like your character literally dies. And that includes all your gear. Not everything you put in the stash will still be there because, you know, you didn't die with the gear on your character. It's still in your stash. So you still got that. But where the goblins? I mean, they're you know, they're goblin places, you know. Stop radio, what's up? Sork, obviously, druid, Sork. I see what, 2 Sork answers, one druid. I ain't about that hardcore life. They're on the lunch breaks, the goblins. You just got a Starless and Andario's visions in the build recommendations. Well, if you got an Andario's, for sure play the Flurry Puncture Andario setup by Zario. That's a really good setup. Really good, fun setup. Okay, I got 10 minutes and I have this many cinders. So I think this will be my last Blood Maiden event, I guess. Then we're gonna get the stuffs. Hi, is it okay if I send you some 4GA Rogue ring to see if it's worth something? 4GA Rogue ring? So are we talking about a Flurry ring or a Rapid Fire ring? I mean, if it's a 4GA Scoundrel's Kiss, then yeah, it's worth something. If it's the Flurry ring, it's worth nothing. Flurry, yeah, it's not worth anything. Nope. You actually might get more from literally selling it to the vendor in the game than you would like on like a, you know, actual trade posts. Yeah. But Winjay with the sub 4 months in a row. Appreciate you, sir. What class is the Melter Heartseeker uber good for? To my knowledge, none. A lot of people run the crit couch as opposed to the chill one. Doesn't Frigid Finesse do 25% more against chilled enemies? Well, it's actually like not. It's not. Well, I guess it depends on how many points you have in your Frigid Finesse. But when they're frozen, they're also chilled. So there's no reason to necessarily have the cold cow traps. And since on Heartseeker you freeze them very easily, then it's like the chill doesn't really do anything for you as much. Also, too, having a slow on the cow trap, sort of like that, also, you know, gives you an additional crowd control that you normally don't have on your gear to temper. So you can kind of skip the slow temper on your gear. And also the slow gives you, the cow trap gives you access to cheap shot board defense or whatever. Like damage to enemies that are slowed and that kind of stuff. Or sorry, damage reduction to enemies that are slowed, etc. So it kind of just gives you a lot of perks or whatever. Not saying you can't do the cold cow traps, but if you do, you're going to have to roll a temper chance to proc slow somewhere if you're going to do the chill cow traps. So you can just make sure you just do that thing though. That's it. Alright, I'm full again. And I can't be bothered to stay here because I'm about to not get on my chest. How's the new update and event? Actually, I don't know. I actually just started playing like 30 minutes ago ish, so I haven't had a chance to. Everyone knows Twitch only makes the most stellar business PR decisions. Absolutely, of course. They totally know what they're doing. Obviously. It's never been a single complaint about Twitch's policies or business model. Is there a poison road build that the arrows shoot straight out from you? No. Rapid fire fix? No. There will be at some point, but not yet. Until then, we deal with our projectile dysfunction. You refunded and redid your Paragon for Heartseeker, and it's still only at 53%, 53.2% cold with 925 rings and amulet. Do you have a cold implicit on one of your rings or no? As well as, did you take all the cold resistance nodes, like even the blue ones? So you might have to remove a point from somewhere. Because you probably should be at, if you have a cold implicit ring, a cold resistance implicit ring, that should put you at 63% or whatever like that, or roughly. And then if you take that one magic node where the cold resistance rare node is, then that should put you at like 68 point something percent. I mean, at that point, I don't know. I think sometimes the game like trolls, like it ends up being like 1% off or like that. And like some case scenarios, I can't really figure out why that is. I like get the cowboy hat for the rogue. It was last season's battle pass item thing. So you follow the Paragon board to the team. Well, the Paragon board on Maxroll may not have every cold resist node taken. So like if you go onto the board itself, go to where the cold resist node is. It should be on the exploit board, on the exploit weakness board. You know where you take the cold. There's probably like a blue node or two that isn't taken normally. I will find a way to take that. Like remove a points from somewhere else and like take that. Ow. But yeah, it is kind of weird though, because sometimes I'll be at 70% all the way, and then other times I'll be at 69.9% all the way. And I'll be like, wait, what? Like, Shadow Clone is horrible. It's in a terrible state. Don't use. I get extra goblins or anything else is happening. I haven't done anything enough yet to know what what's happening, but there are some good quality of life stuff that has us happen though. Like the pit actually remembers the last pit tier you did, which is a big quality of life in my opinion. Stygian stones got an increased drop rate, which is also a really nice quality of life change, amongst some other stuff too. All right, bro. Y'all gotta let me get this chest. All right, thank you. Let's see. Was hoping for the patch today. I can't wait for the pit Q. It's huge. Yeah, that's gonna be really nice. Do I have any prediction for Rogue in mid-season patch? Well, considering that Adam Jackson says he was playing Flurry or Flurry Grenade or whatever, I assume Flurries might actually get a buck because he actually played the build this season. So maybe we'll see something good on Flurry. I have no idea. I actually don't know. Usually I have an idea of some sort, but I actually don't know this time around in terms of what they will actually do. Mid-season patch for rogues. I don't really see them fixing any pretty big bug things. If they fix anything bug related, I can see them fixing cow traps. But I don't know if they're gonna either leave Victimize alone and then maybe buff Victimize or what. Maybe we'll see some Twisting Blaze buff or whatever. That'd be nice. Maybe we'll see Rapid Fire Ring fix of some sort. That will also be really nice to have. Is a Grasp of Shadow unique gloves viable for the time being? Is it because you don't have the ranks to rapid fire? Is that what it is? I will still say no because you're missing tempers, and the tempers are important. Here's a rule of thumb for season 4. Season 4, most uniques are bad. Most uber uniques are not really useful for most builds. That is the rule of thumb for season 4. Bro. Alright, that's twice this worm actually got in my way. Just trying to pick up the chest. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Why you want to give me all the destiny now? I got all these centers I can't use. Well, y'all still y'all spitting. That's the third worm I got. Yes, the other day I noticed my res going plus minus 1.3 without dying or taking. Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. So like, I wouldn't get too concerned about it. I mean, if you're like around 68%, then it's at that point it's the game that's kind of being weird, not you. Question for you: when you add your stats to your gear like a task speed, are you expected to see the exact increase the item list? What do you mean? Like, generally speaking, I mean, it shows you in your stats that you have a % increase in your attack speed. But generally speaking, when you add attack speed, you generally reach the next breakpoint or frame breakpoint, because obviously all video games are, you know, they're divided, you know, games are divided into frames, frame rate, and whatnot. So there has to be a certain amount of actions to be able to for the game to recognize the next frame, etc. So without getting too complicated, generally speaking, usually like a single roll in attack speed usually means the next breakpoint, and you can kind of feel that. Usually, not all the time. There are some breakpoints where or times where that doesn't happen, and some breakpoints that skips a frame. It gets really complicated. But generally for the average audience, it doesn't really matter as much. Usually an attack speed roll will mean the next breakpoint. More cases than not. What I feel is the strongest roll build overall right now, Heartseeker. The last pit you did doesn't work if that was added. It should. It's supposed to work. I guess we'll find out again because I'm getting ready to do some pit. Also, I heard something about goblins being better in like what is it, Nightmare Dungeons 41 to 46 or something like that. That mods was saying something like that. Sorry. Oh, you said patch isn't until next week. I thought some of the quality of life came today. Okay, well I guess that makes a lot of sense then. Do you happen to know the Heartseeker breakpoints? Well, yes. I don't know them by heart, like the exact percentage numbers are right there. I used to know them in Diablo 3, but I also played Diablo 3 for like a decade, so I had that memorized. But we have it listed on the Maxroll guide, like under mechanics section. Like I lay out all of the breakpoints for you, so you can go check them out there. Can I ask you about this sword for rogue I have? What about the sword? You play Necro, but is a GA life damage, vulnerable damage? Is it triple GA or what? Oh, okay, it's all GA. Okay, life, GA life, vulnerable damage. What's the third one though? Like, what's the third fix? Is it intelligence? Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. Life damage, vulnerable damage. Okay, I see it. So, unfortunately, the life kind of hurts it. No, not life. Sorry, the damage kind of hurts it because generally vulnerable builds will want dexterity, and you want the GA to be dexterity, and there's no way to make it GA once you reroll it. So, I'm sure you can get something for it, but it won't be a lot. Like maybe a 150 mil, maybe. Is looking at chance of vulnerable damage the best things for Heartseeker? Do exclamation mark build. Check out my Maxroll guide on Heartseeker. But lucky hit chance and vulnerable damage are very important in Heartseeker, yes. But there are also a multitude of things you will want. But yes. I noticed a change log switch from CB to regular. I have similar roll, but it seems CB hits way harder. I'm trying, like CB can mean quite a few different things. What do you mean by CB? Sorry. There's like 3 different things I'm thinking about when I see CB. Crossbow. Okay, that's what I was thinking. It's change log switch. I have that change for over a week now. Like that's been like a week and a half. It's been up there, so it's been up there for a while. I just did bow because people love the bow. Um, so people love the bow, so I guess put bow in the planner. But personally, I run with the crossbow, but it doesn't really matter. Like it's the same damage. You either do 22% more damage or you attack 22% faster. So, and the fact that the crossbow has a little bit of vulnerable damage on it as an implicit equals to about maybe 2 to 3% more damage over a bow overall. But bow is, you know, it probably has more quality of life because you can proc Undying and Umbrus a little bit faster, so you can survive better. At the end of the day, it's just preference. Almost 100 watching YouTube, only 6 likes. Let's get some likes. Why is crit chance good for Heartseeker? Because you want to crit. Because your base crit damage on your sheet, the 50% in the sheet, is still multiplicative. And so when you crit, the victimized proc is based off your damage. So if your damage number is higher, then the victimized proc will be higher. So when you crit, your damage is higher. Therefore, it's a good thing. Now you don't want crit damage on top of it because it's additive after the initial base 50%, but you still want to crit because, well, more damage. Also, you do want to crit because of Umbrus and some other stuff too as well that requires you to crit to activate and proc. So, it's still pretty important. Wait. Wait a minute. My Logitech G Hub app wasn't even active. I didn't have any of my EQ in my mic at all whatsoever. Nor were my key bindings working correctly. That actually explains a lot, actually. Heartseeker min max. Should you fully maximize dex or vulnerable damage, or it depends? Generally speaking, vulnerable damage, there is a very, very small window in which you might consider taking dexterity over a vulnerable roll, but like 99.9% of players won't ever really reach that threshold or would land gear that that would be a thing for, but just vulnerable damage. I would think anybody that relies on procs would be better off overall with the task speed, but you usually get both. On items that you get crit chance on, you also get attack speed on. So it's not really an either or thing. Why is my Logitech G Hub not doing the thing? Hold on. I appreciate all the follows. Also, Monster Kills with the tier 1 sub for 2 months. Appreciate you, man. Aren't those pit changes coming out with the patch that was announced? Yes. I think today was just the event. What is going on with the app today, man? Like my hotkeys are not working correctly because the app doesn't want to launch correctly. Whoops. The one amulet I clicked on accident had a GA on it. It's bad, but still. Is Poison Barrage good for pit push? For pushing, not really, no. But it's good for everything else. And what I mean by push though, I mean relative, I mean you probably can pull off like a 110 maybe or something with it, somewhere around that range at like the top end. Which again isn't bad. It just depends on like, you know, what or how you feel about that. Can you push high? I mean, past a certain, I guess past a certain point, it's just a number at the end of the day. Like every build is gonna have a ceiling, and it's gonna feel the same exact way. So like, let's say, for example, right, a 110 on like, let's say Poison Barrage, right, will feel the same exact way as like a 152 or something on a Firebolt Sork. Like it's the same exact wall. If you like, theoretically is the exact same wall, just the tier number is just different. But the mobs and the bosses or whatever don't change. They do the exact same thing in terms of mechanics is concerned, right? So you're not missing out if your character does a 110 or can only do a 110, for instance. But like, let's say Heartseeker can do like a 136 or something like that. You're not missing out because nothing changes and there's no rewards, right? So it'd be different if like the boss fights were different, or the maps were different, or the enemies get like, you know, a cool looking like water gun or something, like the super soaker or whatever like that they can kind of like, you know what I'm saying, like an upgrade or whatever. But it's all kind of like, it's all the same at the end of the day. So every build is gonna hit a wall, and it's gonna feel the exact same way. With that being said, if you like the Poison Barrage build, I think you should play it. If you find it fun, I think you should play it. Stygians will scale a bit with pit level. According to the patch, like, or the patch coming out, like at level 100 is what, 18% more. Did they give us any more information past 100 or something like that? Because I mean, at some point, right? Like speed farming 100, I can understand being important, right? But pushing at that point isn't going to get you more Stygian stones, because pushing is extremely inefficient for anything. Like for farming mats, for Stygian stones, for legendary drops, like pushing is the opposite of anything efficient. So like if you want Stygian stones, you don't push. That's not what you do. Mouse, what's going on? So in reality, it's important that a build can kind of sort of get close to speeding 100s or whatever, or close to it, like maybe 90s, almost close to 100s. But past that point, there's no like value to your character past that point, other than I did X tier number. Did they fix issues with the goblins and such yet? Not yet. They said tomorrow. It is not yet tomorrow in Blizzard's time. It is 9 o'clock, 9:09 p.m. Blizzard's time today. So they didn't fix Scoundrel's Kiss yet. They said that they would give us more information about it soon. So we have yet to get that more information. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna regret this, but we're gonna do it anyway. Also, does anyone know about that? Like, the HP almost nearly doubles when you reach the next like 0 threshold, like 80, 90, 100. So like if you do like a 99 versus doing 100, the HP value is like way different in a sense. Has anyone like actually? I've seen it on like I've heard about it on like a video or whatnot, but like I haven't actually seen like any math or anything that suggests. It's 33% per like going from like 99 to 100 or 89 to 90? Or are we talking about like per level? Like one level. How do I make so much gold? I sold an item. I sold a GG item. But before that, I sold Stygian stones for 25 million a piece. And I would just farm a lot and just sell Stygian stones. Hit tier 33% more health per tier. So like I'm asking about the from like 99 to 100 or 89 to 90, because there's a whole video about like not doing 90 but doing one below, because apparently the HP increase for the next 10 tiers is like a lot. What side is trusted for selling items? Usually Diablo trade or Crimson market. Hey man, thanks for your bill, Heartseeker Row. How do we make our enemies vulnerable? You can either make enemies vulnerable as a stat on a ring, or you can do a curse touch aspect. Both of them are mentioned in the guide, and they tell you what to switch off if you don't have it. Do you know if I can get in? 1 minute 30-second fashion in 99. But like, what's the like value, like the percent value of the HP and mob increase between like maybe 89 to 90 and 90 to 91? Like, apparently there's the notion that 89 to 90 is a big increase, but 90 to 91 is very small. And then when you get to 99 to 100, it's a big increase in HP, but 100 to 101, well, I guess not the hundreds, that's a little bit different, but like going up in these tiers, the lower tiers, makes a big difference according to them. When I search for Dioxide on PS5, your console locks up. Can I show my amulet? It's nothing special, I promise. This is a terrible amulet. What's my highest push, man? I have not pushed yet. I don't find pushing fun in this game, so I just don't do it. While I say terrible amulet and you show one similar to mine, I feel offended. Well, Malice isn't really that great with rapid fire, so like this is actually kind of an awful amulet for rapid fire. It would be kind of okay for Heartseeker, like it would be decent for Heartseeker, but it's actually not good for rapid fire. Bro, how did I miss that? Should I choose Exploit or Malice on the Amulet on Heartseeker? I mean, either one is fine. Exploit is generally considered the better one, but if you get Malice, the difference is so minimal that you're not going to notice the difference. So don't spend your life savings trying to get one or the other. Whichever one rolls first, I'd be happy with that. You can't do a Rosbills anymore. It's like, LOL, sure, your res cap if you use incense. I mean, he is that is the what do we call it? The German efficiency, I guess you could say. I don't know if this is worth it, honestly. I totally missed. My rapid fire went off the cliff. Can't believe that. I can't believe that killed me. I bet that penetrating shot I did a little bit earlier. What I think about it? It's okay. I feel like for pin shot is one of those things where you have to be like really min max to really kind of see the results you're looking for it. So like fully masterworked. Practically need to have everything, like legit everything to the T. My setup was very kind of thrift shop-ish, and you can definitely tell that it was missing quite a bit. Whereas it's more so because it's a victimized build. I think like victimized builds in general are a little more finicky and picky about your gearing versus like, let's say, a precision build. Pricing. If we assume they use around the same master pit, I doubt it. I doubt that I honestly doubt that it's the same. This is coming from someone who played a hell of a lot of D3. I don't think the scaling is the same. It definitely does not feel the same.
How shall I guide my hammer?
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Dude, what is better, gem and weapon, Heartseeker, Topaz, or Sapphire? It doesn't matter. Know what was going on with the 5 months in the row sub? Is Heartseeker trash now? Of course it's trash. Why wouldn't it be trash? Is it because I'm doing something different that Heartseeker's trash now? Is that what you're basing it off of? I had chicken today, so steak is awful. Just want to make that announcement, by the way. No, okay. So what makes you feel Heartseeker is trash now? If that ain't it, then what is? Hit a sore spot? No, just like I mean, because like nothing happened. There was nothing in the patch notes or anything that was anything related to Heartseeker. So I'm just like, and I see stuff like that often. I'm just like, what happened? Like, did we read the same patch notes, or you just woke up this morning and was like, I think Heartseeker is bad now. Let me go ask the outside and see if it's bad. Like I just never know where the information comes from. This is like oh, you said people in your clan was complaining. Well, I haven't played it today, so I don't know. I can't imagine anything being any different because I think I would have heard widespread complaints, considering that a lot of people are following the Maxroll guide. I would have heard a lot of complaints by now, and I haven't heard anything yet. So, but when I do switch back to it at some point, I can let you know if it's trash now. Why does my arrows arc when I shoot? The Scoundrel's Kiss ring. Legendary ring. Not legendary ring, sorry, unique ring. Where should I be going? I guess we'll go north. Or dot and damage to poison affixes bad on poison barrage. I mean, they're bad in general. It's not like any particular build. Poison dots, whatever like that, are just kind of rough. But I guess some Paragon board setups will allow for more defense in certain areas, or take rugged, for example, and then the skill tree or whatever would actually help. I'm a little hard-headed. I don't like taking that in the skill tree, but it does help. Heartseeker didn't get nerfed, right? No, it did not get nerfed. Oh, this song right here? You said you haven't heard the song in ages? I know, right? I feel Heartseeker damage is capped. What do you mean by that, sir? You should put Heartseeker did not get enough from your titles. That's the question. I guess my thought, honestly, to be quite honest, I don't mind if people are asking, because maybe something in like was mentioned in the patch notes, or Blizzard said something or whatnot, and maybe they weren't clear about something. But like when I legit see nothing in the patch notes, or zero indication about it being fixed or nerfed, that makes me just wonder like where is the information coming from, I guess. And my thoughts maybe, is there a content creator that says something, you know, silly that, oh my gosh, Heartseeker is nerfed now, bad build, terrible build, and the people are asking, maybe that's what's going on. I'm legit wondering where the information is coming from in a sense, right? You have to put Moon Horizon in your belt. Heartseeker is awful. Frozen Orbs, sword good or bad? I mean, it's good until you fight a boss. To be honest. I wonder if there people are mentioning about is the timer fix a lucky hit vulnerable, which might change how we use the FX. I think Woody mentioned it in this current patch video. Well, if you masterwork the whatchamacallit, it goes back to the original duration. So anyone who's been playing the build before, and if you've masterworked that, or if you've masterworked the ring itself, or that affix itself, then it goes back to its original duration. At least that is what my understanding of it is. But actually, where is the other ring? Wait, where's my other ring at? Yeah, see it's right here. You see this ring? It's back to 3 seconds, and I didn't get a single masterwork crit on it. So I mean, Frozen Orb is S tier if you ignore bosses. Flurry's kind of is kind of like Flurry's probably somewhere around A tier if you ignore bosses. Flurry's a, you know, maybe like mid H tier or A tier. Want to buy 3GA amulet with life on hit, max resource, and life and light res. Mouse hook. Let me know, man. Let me know if you get a amulet, a GA. Actually, probably just a 2 GA amulet. With +2 the Cajun seasoning, and +2 to grape skittles. +2 Old Bay. Hell yeah, man. So you know. Is that Roger? Appreciate the follows. It also came over from Maxroll, follow Chronos and Macro as a nickname, make a starter rogue, so I thought I would come say hi and great work on the Maxroll builds. Our builds on Maxroll, I'm farming now, switch from Barrage to Heartseeker. Nice. And what appreciate you. It said what build can I recommend to level rogue before Heartseeker? Usually Barrage. Barrage is a very easy build to play and maneuver and build to just slaughter everything on the way to 100. Does 1300 vulnerable damage vary that much from 1500 vulnerable damage? No, not really. Lauda, you said you got that just now. What's that funny is that thing is Heartseeker isn't even the strongest build around. Yeah, it's mostly barb mains. I talk about how victimized need to be fixed. I mean, I talk about how victimized need to be fixed. I'm a rogue main, but I'm also not biased. Anything that's bugged or that isn't working, you know, properly definitely needs to get fixed. And then get the appropriate buffs, keyword, the appropriate buffs to go alongside with it. But yeah, but every class, like every class has or is doing things with some, you know, is doing things that involve some sort of bug or whatever. Only reason why Sork is even in the conversation, or yeah, Sork is in the conversation just because of a new bug. Necros are usually not really in the conversation without the Holy Bolt elixir, right? So I mean, every class is it's got something going on. Difference between swords and daggers, which is better? Are we talking about Heartseeker build? Doesn't matter. Like, your damage isn't gonna change or anything. However, daggers mean that your dash and shadow step is slightly more responsive. Like, slightly. We're talking about, like, you gotta, like, pay attention to really notice that it's actually more responsive. But in terms of damage is concerned, obviously it doesn't matter because both implicites are terrible for Heartseeker anyway. So it doesn't really matter. So my advice is pick whatever one rolls better for you. And that's it. Have you seen Rob and Makuna, Makuna duking it out or whatever? I heard about it. I won't watch it. Like, that shit is boring as hell. They're good players, but legit watching them trying to fish for a boss for hours and not get it is not my version of entertainment. But congrats to them though. I mean, congrats to them for wanting to do that, but yeah, that's some extreme fishing, and nothing about that in terms of gameplay is concerned is remotely satisfying to me as a viewer. 10 minutes standing still killing boss. So you have the unkillable sword, right? The immortal sword versus, you know, the barb that shouldn't or ever really should ever die ever, because, you know, barbarian class. Dying on a barbarian is usually a pretty embarrassing feat, or actually a glitch in the code, the game code, right? Like, dying on a barbarian is really not a thing that is supposed to happen in Diablo 4. So yeah, sounds entertaining. But I do like both creators though. Like, I like Rob and I like Makuna though. But I would not watch them push pit though. That is not that is not a fun use of my free time. Emotional support druid. Rogue out here crying in Dark Shroud. Yeah, that's all we got, man. We can take a few hits if we got Dark Shroud, and if we don't have Dark Shroud, we go up the stairs and we die. I totally missed my projectile. I really should upgrade my gear though. Oh god. A Heartseeker build. Would I recommend GAFX? Which one I recommend? Decks are vulnerable. Vulnerable, but I mean it's only like a tiny bit better, honestly. But generally speaking, yeah, you will want vulnerable over Dex. But Dex is not bad. Is there a way to get Royal Gems to drop in Nightcraft? Nope. It is a crafting system now with the progression. People wanted crafting in the game, and we got several different forms of crafting now. I actually kind of do like that gems are a progression system now. I wish the gems gave a little bit more value per tier, so there's a bigger difference between each tier of gem or whatever. But I do like the fact that it's a progression system now. The rogue has 50k life. That is way too much. Way too much. That is too tanky, sir. Way too tanky. I mean, that's like you taking like 3 hits, man. That's like way too much. Foul play, sir. Foul play. Yo, did I try forgetting the ring and just using repeating OG stuff? I did yesterday. Because I was playing this yesterday for a bit. And at first it was okay. And then I got to a certain level of doing pits, and it just the AOE of the fact that you can hit multiple enemies with the Scoundrel's Lob despite the small AOE is it's just unmatched still. And I hate to admit it because I really prefer playing without the ring. I really do. But there's just a certain, you know, if you can hit enough mobs with that little small, you know, rinky dink AOE, it's just hard to compete with, man. And it sucks. It really sucks that is that way. But what up, Zario, man? Nice to see you here again. Yeah, I did play OG style for quite a bit yesterday. Is a Shear's unique worth it with this build? Which build, Purple Haze? Are you talking about Heartseeker? Game feels good. Gives you a reason to go farm other content. Yeah, I agree. You said, Doctor, I read the notes. Looks like Rogue is getting buffed. I mean, I only skimmed the notes, but I don't recall seeing a buff or a nerf really. Brogue. It's a brogue. Yes, with Heartseeker, sorry, or as a share is not worth it because you won't get the vulnerable. Well, Purple Haze, the issue is the unique affix. You have to take a look at the unique affix of the shares. For one, uniques in general are terrible right now, in a terrible state. So a lot of them, you know, aren't worth equipping in general, okay? And two, actually, I don't even have a Shearer's Dagger anymore. I thought I at least saved one. Looks like I didn't. But if you read the Shearer's Dagger, it says attacks with this weapon. So when you're using Heartseeker, which weapon are you using? When you fire the Heartseeker arrow, which weapon are you using? Are you using a dagger or are you using the bow or crossbow? Right? So that automatically rules out that unique because you're never using the dagger to shoot Heartseeker. So you cannot get that unique buff anyways. What helmet am I using? Usually Shaco, but I go back and forth between the two. Let's go back. Let's go back to 89. I love this song. Most people don't even know where this song is from. Really? Yeah, that was a bad shot. Or if I still not working right. I mean, technically it works. Kinda. The pixel is a little off though. Like it's not the exact pixel of where your mouse cursor is, so it kind of makes it a little weird to aim a little bit. But the bigger problem really isn't really that as much as the lob effect itself. But I'm trying to get used to it. Like I'm trying to play it a lot and like kind of just get used to the lob and just play. But like the more I do it, the more it just kind of just reaffirms my original point that I have about this whole lob thing. Gosh. Okay, going into this area without Umbrus or a Unstoppable is a really bad idea. I feel like if anyone can make this lob work, it will be you because you're always moving with Stutter stepping the line and keep some distance easier. Well, it's more so like, I guess at the very least, Zario, in my opinion, now that I played a little bit more, at the very least, they could, at the base minimum, they could literally just up the AoE effect by like double. Like if they were to double the AoE size or whatever, then the delay wouldn't feel as bad, because then you know that even if the mobs are moving and they're fast, like freaking snakes are really hard to hit because they're really fast, and by the time you shoot, like you'll shoot your rapid fire like across the screen, right? You see the snake way down here, right? So you shoot down there, and by the time you shoot, the snake is already in your face before the like rapid fire lands, right? But you didn't know because, well, yeah, that freaking delay. So if the AoE effect was at least maybe double the size, at least for console players, it wouldn't be as bad, not being able to like predict where the mobs are going and whatnot. But considering, so yeah, like considering like the speed of the mobs and that big delay, I feel like the AoE is just way too small. At the very minimum. Yeah, see, like legit mobs just jump on top of you, right? Which, I mean, it happens, whatever. I mean, I can use some cow traps, slow them down, whatnot, but by the time I shoot and I think the enemy is going to be where they at, they're not. So Yeah, so like so I think if they just double the AoE of it, I think it would feel better for just in general. It'll be a good quality of life increase that probably wouldn't require much on the devs end to really make happen, I guess. But I think the better fix, honestly, is just to figure out something different than the lob effect and just make an exploding arrow of some sort. But that's just changing things mechanically, and they're probably not going to do something like that until like next season or something. Projectile dysfunction, yes. To be honest, to be 100% fair with you, I didn't come up with that name. Someone in chat did. But I will say though, I will say there is some interesting things about the lob that I do actually like. Like for instance, when you're fighting a champion mob, having the lob is actually kind of neat because I can kind of focus that champion mob in general. Which is kind of neat. Also Waller. Waller is another thing. Like being able to kind of shoot over the wall is actually kind of neat to do. So like those are like neat features that I do like when it comes to the lob. I don't think those positives outweigh the vast amount of negatives, but I do think that those are some nice perks that I would miss not having a lob for. All right, let's switch up some things now. We're gonna remove shadow imbuement now. We're gonna go to cow traps. I guess I'll do the chill traps. Only thing is me getting used to using cow traps on button 3. It's just gonna take some time. Let's go to 99. My gear isn't great, but we'll make it happen. I need to finish masterworking these. All of these actually. Do I WASD? No, I suck at WASD. I hate WASD. How about try a ricochet aspect with it? I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm currently using it. I should probably tell you everything you need to know about the ricochet with the Scoundrel's Kiss ring. The fact that you didn't even know I was using it says everything you need to know about it. It definitely needs to get fixed if you couldn't tell. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't get my lob off in time before I died. I was hoping to kill the champion mob. Oh, wrong button. I'm setting it up like Heartseeker for some reason. Yeah, see, like the mobs, like velocity, like see mob, like the mob's movement, man, changes so sporadically. Despite the type of mobs they are, that yeah, it just makes it. As someone who likes to push buttons and kind of like having to figure out the mobs and mob types like that, I find that increasingly frustrating on a setup like this. All of us, like, they're moving like pretty slow at first, and all of a sudden they're just sprinting. And I got this little like and like they don't even care that I laid down the cow traps at all. They just run right through it. Oh no. See, the snakes, I swear. That was a good shot, actually. That was actually a... This build looks so cool. Well, I actually don't know what to say to that, actually. I don't have a comment to that. I mean, all things considered, and my gear being pretty terrible, that actually really wasn't that bad of a time for 99. All things considered. I'm nowhere near like min-max on this setup, but I just it sound flustered. I mean, I'm just I don't know. Can I easily respec into this with all gear? I mean, if I made like a second rogue, I probably should make a second second rogue for stuff like this. He's got a treasure bag, 855 treasure items. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a bug. They admitted that. They said it. It's supposed to be fixed tomorrow, according to them. Which is better in your opinion, high rank, exploit, or malice? You have both on amulet, but don't want to spend too much critting for both. Honestly, I mean, as long as you crit on either one of them, you're fine. Like if you get like a 5 exploit for malice or a 5 malice for exploit, you're not gonna notice a difference. Honestly, like you're literally not even gonna notice a difference. So I wouldn't spend millions upon millions of gold trying to crit on one more than the other. It's really not worth, honestly. Not unless that's the last piece of gear you got and you're trying to 100% min max. We're talking about like you're trying to squeeze 0.01% more damage out of your gear, and because everything else is completely perfect, then yeah, sure, you know, crit on exploit more than malice. But again, at this, you know, no one's at that point, and there's no tangible benefit, I guess you could say. Keyword tangible. Frustration. I guess I had to switch from Scoundrels Kiss Rapid Fire on console to Heartseeker because Scoundrels is awful to use on console, and I'm only 71 on my road. That was the biggest point I made to the devs about Rapid Fire. I actually didn't even give him much comments about the rest of Rogue. I kind of just focused on that ring. Just gave him comments that everyone has been saying about it. The fact that they acknowledge that they're looking into doing more with the ring in the future, or like they have a, you know, more fixes, stuff like that coming. It's probably just acknowledging just how the community just feels about how it feels to play, which is a good thing, especially on console. Like you should never, there should never be, or controller on console, there should never be a skill or a build or whatever like that's just nearly impossible to play on a system, on like an entire systems. That's never a good thing. Like you can't play it on Steam Deck, PS5, Xbox. You just can't. Right? Like that's just bad. Like it doesn't matter if it's strong, doesn't matter if it's whatever. It's just bad if the whole ecosystem of gamers can't play the build. Right? What kit you play on the system? Scoundrels Kiss Rapid Fire. Because you can't, because of the lob effect and the delay from the projectile when you're fired to when it hits the ground, you kind of have to almost predict where the mobs are going to be. You have to kind of be like proactive, I guess you could say. And you can't do that with controller because with controller it's tab targeting. So by the time you are shooting at the target is not standing still anymore, and you just miss all your arrows. And that's just a silly, you know what I'm saying? So I just don't think that was like kind of thought through fully with that. He said it's awful on console. I had to roll up a flip. I was so vexed. Oh man. All right. So we're gonna play it straight now. We're gonna play rapid fire straight. So no ring. So we're gonna go back to doing it no Scoundrels Kiss again. I gotta find that ring though. I think this was it. Appreciate the follows. Oh wait, can I craft another? Oh yeah, I got plenty. Okay. So we're gonna throw rapid on. I got edge masters already on here. Edge masters there, so we're gonna throw it back on rapid. There.
There is power in these stones.
How's penetration shot this season? It's good. It is pretty gear heavy, but once you get there, it's good. I almost think that it's very difficult to, I think, if I do it this way, I'm gonna have to go repeating on the bow. And then put retribution on the amulet instead. It's so difficult, like clearing without having that 90% on the two-hander, which already kind of makes it harder versus like Scoundrel's Kiss, because you don't get as big of a multiplier because you have to kind of make the sacrifice. That part sucks. Okay. All right, we're gonna play straight rapid fire. What did we just do? We just did the 99, right? So I guess 99 would be a good measuring stick, I guess. This is gonna take longer though, for sure. Just putting it out there. Not even God can predict those snake movements. Oh, whoops.
I'm not ready.
That hurt. Said don't try this at home. Almost feel like I should have did this with forceful arrow. That's okay. If they're already crowd controlled. So where are you going? The lightning hurts. Is actually my frigid finesse worth it if I brick the temper and didn't get the crit strike damage on the amulet? Honestly, it gets a piss on how much crit damage you have everywhere else, to be honest with you. But personally, I probably wouldn't use the amulet if I couldn't get crit damage on it if I'm playing a precision build. But that also just depends on how much crit damage I already have too. Like if everywhere else is like near perfect, then I might be like, all right, as long as the passers are like really, really good. Come on. I almost feel like I need Shadow Imbuement for this. Even though it's like still pitiful for damage at this level, but at least it'll make me feel like I'm doing something. Yeah. Yeah. I know I had 2 deaths, but this is definitely taking me a bit longer than with the ring. Even if I do like the straight projectile. And I end up making them like rough. I also make them unstoppable a lot faster for some strange reason. Like before a lot of arrows even hit, they're like already unstoppable already, and I'm just like, how did they get unstoppable so fast? You see how fast they move, man? Like, look at that. Look at that movement speed, man. Bro, why are you moving that fast? Yeah. This is taking way longer than I wanted to. And this is why I kind of have to go to ring, y'all. As much as I don't like it. Obelisk shreds me all the time. You have to take the tree nose to make mobs fall for retribution. Yeah, I did. Of course. Trick attacks. So uh-oh. It's kind of stuck. So now this is where I kind of wish I had the lob. There's a champion mob and Waller. The only situation where I'm just like, dang, I wish I had the lob right there. Because now I can't get to the... There you go. Champ mob. This is becoming one of your favorite Twitch channels? That's cool to hear. The funny thing about it is that, like, on single target, it's actually kind of close. Ring and no ring is the clearing that becomes quite obvious. Obviously, a difference. Almost died there. Bad. Oof. There you go. Say, yeah, you shadow, put freeze in your tempering, highlight your chance We have best of both worlds. But yeah, but you're still missing I guess the thing is that you still have to run code imbuement because code imbuement also gives you multipliers as well. People forget that, like, sure, you can proc fidget finesse with the freeze stuff, right, on the tempers, but code imbuement itself also has additional multipliers on top of that. So you definitely still want code imbuement no matter what. But shadow imbuement just doesn't really deal enough damage after a certain point to where it becomes worth. The biggest problem with that, honestly, is just that shadow imbuement doesn't scale with crit damage, even though it crits. So, yeah. Which I guess it's kind of a smart thing because, like, it's so good for like speed farming or whatever. So it has to have a weakness at some point, and that's kind of where that is. I want to strafe and throw rapid fire. How come they come with something like that? I mean, I don't know. I think strafe would be kind of neat to kind of have in some capacity. You try with the shadow imbuement aspect. Which shadow imbuement aspect? Are you talking about the dark shroud shadow things, or like the explosions, the dark shroud with the shadow imbuement, or what? Or blast trappers, or icy alchemist? You lose shroud, we use shroud explode. I don't play close enough to make use of that. If you notice, I try to stay away from the enemies, not get up close. In order to make use of that, I have to like literally be on top of them. And well, for one, I'm definitely too glassy for that, and two, I would just play puncture if I was to do that. Puncture and a crossbow. But I also don't even know if it actually scales. I don't think it really scales because, again, precision doesn't really scale with flat damage stuff like that. You probably don't use Siphon Instruction. On my Heartseeker I do, even though I don't really play it up close. I still put like 1 point in the Heartseeker. I be check Masterworking Dark Shroud cooldown reduction to see how low the cooldown goes. It seems so close yet so far from being spammable. I actually haven't tried that at all. It's just kind of hard to experiment with stuff like that because it's easy to brick an item just trying to experiment with something like that. It's like you have to roll the stats, enough of the stats to see, how it actually plays out in real time. And you have to hope that you don't brick the items, the cheap items that you found on the ground or whatever like that, just to give it a shot. You see what I'm saying? Which is kind of rough. I guess the thing about it is that, like, even with that much cooldown reduction on it, it will never be nearly as good as, like, let's say Umbrus. But at least it'll be good on the melee build though. Like the only reason why my Shank build did not work out the way I wanted was because I could not get I couldn't keep Dark Shroud up enough. So maybe that's a thought, I guess. Do I believe in the pinning mechanic? I tried it, and with mixed results, which leads me to believe RNG is RNG, and no one has enough data to accurately say that something like that actually works, because you would need to do it thousands of times to be able to see a pattern like that like actually work out, and no one has done that yet. So I am not a believer in the pitting mechanic until I actually see someone with test data of like thousands of items that they've done. Or at least at the bare minimum, like, you know, 300-400 items or so we can actually see it happen. Grandpa Power's going on. Hey, I have a question for you. For my rapid fire build. Yeah, what's up? Elixir of advantage or destruction? Definitely advantage. Advantage is so good on Heartseeker. I'm gonna have to get up and walk around for a sec because my surgery area is hurting for whatever reason. I do kind of think you maybe actually need to get it down to like 1 to 3 seconds, which seems a bit rough. Yeah. But yeah, if I can get Dark Shroud low enough with like a melee, like a actual melee skill build or whatever, then I absolutely will go back and run my Shank Rogue. Because I had a lot of fun playing Shank Rogue. I just could not survive. I could not survive. There was just nothing I can do to survive. I was thinking about Temerity, but the problem is that if you do Temerity, you lose so many ranks to your Blaze Shift, man. That like, and even then, that's still kind of rough because it's not. It helps, but it doesn't solve the problem because all that's gonna happen is that I'll survive once because I had the shield, and then I'll just die the next hit because my Dark Shroud is still down. So it's just like I haven't been able to find a good way to like survive. I guess actually, you know what? Maybe Tyraels might be the play there. Tyraels might actually be the play there. Or Doombringer? Nah, I can't do Doombringer. Can't lose damage. Already, if you're playing anything that isn't Heartseeker, like if you're playing a basic attack skill that isn't Heartseeker or Puncture Rate and Darius, you're already kind of like on the lower end of damage, and you can't give up a sword for Doombringer. You just can't. Like you legit just can't. I'm trying to think of what else is there. Yeah, you can't. Well, I don't know. I actually think the Tyraels might have a might have a chance. Might have a real shot. Is there Heartseeker builds that can use Tyraels might? Not really, no. I mean, I'll put this way, it can. But you have to understand that the proc doesn't deal any damage on a victimized build because all your damage is coming from the victimized proc, which isn't buffing your damage. See what I'm saying? So like the proc from Tyraels might is quite useless in your normal pit farming scenarios. It's actually good for Helltide because monsters die anyways just from looking at your character in Helltide because they're so easy to kill. But if you're trying to do anything pit related, then you're only taking the Tyraels might just for damage reduction. If you're gonna do that, you might as well just do a Dark Shroud chest anyway and get the aspect that you want. You got Pain Gorgers with 180 crit, GA 8 attack speed, GA. Was it worth? No idea. I don't trade. I'm like the worst person to ask for that. Soul Brand is underrated if you have a barrier source. So I would have to run Temerity and Soul Brand. I will be missing too many aspects to make that work. All right, parents, you have a good one, man. All right, yeah. Let me get up and walk around for a little bit. Be right back. Is Harlequin good for Heartseeker? Yes, it is. Okay. Back. Grandpa Power was up. So why does your rapid fire bossing build show multiplicative damage for shadow imbuement while in game there is? If you hover over the mixed shadow imbuement passive, it says that enemies are affected with shadow imbuement take 12% more damage from multiplicative damage from non physical sources. So see, enemies affected by shadow imbuement take 12% increased non-physical damage from you for 8 seconds. That's why. Referring to the 40x, I don't mention the 40% anywhere in that. I just say that you take shadow imbuement for the boss thing, whatever like that, because the other whatchamacallit is just quite useless on the boss. So you might as well just get a 12% multiplier for free. On Maxroll it shows 40%. What shows 40%? Hey man, thanks for the Heartseeker guide on Maxroll. It's super fun. Awesome, awesome. You're welcome. Over the mouse with shadow imbuement. Where do you see the 40% from? Kind of shows how uber uniques are pretty weak right now. Yeah, kind of, yeah. You fixed your first 3 GA crossbow today. That was a terrible feeling. Ugh. I brick so many items, man. So many items. You told me to hover over shadow imbuement. I did. And now you're... Okay, so what am I hovering over? Hold on, give me a sec. I have to... Okay, so what am I looking over? You said the bossing. Shadow imbuement. Oh, you're reading that wrong. That's what it is. Infected enemies explode on death. Right? Dealing 40% damage to all surrounding enemies. That's not what you care about. What you care about is this. The mixed shadow imbuement. That's why we take it. This doesn't matter because you're not exploding anything on any bosses. You're only taking it for the multiplicative damage here for mixed shadow imbuement. I could make this a little bit more clear by saying mixed shadow imbuement rather than just saying shadow imbuement. But yes, a mixed shadow imbuement is why we take it, not the explosion damage. Yeah. I'll probably just embed the mixed shadow imbuement so people look at the mixed shadow imbuement and not the actual shadow imbuement. So I can definitely make that clearer wording there in the future. All right, so let's try something a little different. We're gonna try something a little different. With the fix to chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds, do we need a second to fix now? No, we do not. Once you masterwork it, like once you masterwork that ring to 12, it goes back to 3 seconds. So it doesn't matter. You see right here? Look at this ring. You see this ring right here? You see how it's 3 seconds, but I did not even crit a single time on this. It's because it's masterwork all the way to 12. So once you masterwork all the way to 12, it's going to be back to 3 seconds anyway. So you don't have to worry about it. All they did was just they made it scale versus just giving you the full value of 3 seconds regardless. It's all they did. And you're attacking so fast and you're hitting so much that there's no way you're not making them vulnerable within even just 2 seconds. I found your post regarding a road build using wind force or with pin shot. Oh boy, that's an old post. Spooky plays. That's an old post. That's season 2. You don't want to do that for season 4. Yeah, that only worked in season 2. It does not work in season 3, and definitely does not work in season 4. It was due to a bug that actually made it useful. Wind force useful. It's the only time it was ever useful, and that was season 2. So you definitely do not want to play wind force at all in season 3. Can you explain exactly what exactly is still broken about rapid fire? Well, it's not. So it's not as broken as people are saying it is. It's more so that the pixel that doesn't line up, or your cursor doesn't line up with the exact pixel of where you're aiming. So it's slightly off. But that's not what's broken about it per se. It's more so just the fact that rapid fire just feels kind of awful in general. Like the AoE is just really small. It's extremely hard to play with it on console or whatever. Mr. Pant, what's going on? It had to spread a bit, which helps you with clear move for 1.4.1. Right now, all the arrows hit in 1 pixel, so you don't have the AoE clear at all. Oh yeah, so yeah, there is that. There is that. It's a matter of practices. I have to get used to it. It's not even just about the practice, man. Like, so like as someone who loves the whole get good type thing, like I use that for myself all the time. Like if I die, usually I just go, oh yeah, just get good, or don't do that again, right? But I urge you, if you feel that the lob isn't really an issue, like at all, like you feel like the lob is not an issue at all, I urge you to play with the controller, and then come back and say the same thing. Like I urge you to try it on controller and see if you feel the same exact way. And I say controller because keep in mind, we do have, Xbox and PlayStation, right? So we can't just say, oh, just play mouse and keyboard. We have to also make sure it works on a controller. So if you can literally hit all your shots with the controller, then let us know so we can figure out how you're doing that and how everyone else isn't. Who plays Diablo on controller? They are the problem. Well, the shareholders seem to think that releasing games on multiple platforms means more money. So for one, and two, I mean, sure, PC Master Race. I am definitely PC Master Race, but if people enjoy controller or console, I don't shun them. I don't blame them. The point being is that no build should just straight up not work on one platform. You see what I'm saying? There should never be a build where it's like, oh, I simply can't play it because I'm on the wrong platform. It's a very silly thing for the game. Or for a build. And that's pretty much where we are right now with rapid fire. That's a new to range rogue this season. I'm wondering what the strongest build for Pit is. Heartseeker is your best bet. We're gonna go back to 99. But I'm gonna try something a little different after this. I think we're gonna not do combo points after this. It's gonna be horrible. It's going to be horrible. But we're gonna do it.
Yo,
Dookie Chris with the raid.
We just got raided, son.
What is up?
You know how we do. Drop
What's
my new
going
beat
on?
for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. What is happening? Appreciate the raid.
Cookie Press raided
How's it
my
going? You like the
stream with
glasses?
28
Appreciate it.
views.
Appreciate you. Well, thanks for the raid in. I got a question. He said, why is GA movement speed on boost important? Well, what else would you want GA on boost to be? Also, you want to have all your movement speed in one spot, so you don't have to put on an amulet, and you can max out movement speed. So you can move around, farm faster, move faster is farming faster, which is technically better clear speed. Moving faster means you can dodge easier, which means better defense. So there's no reason to not want to have a lot of movement speed. How did that raid thing originate? So to be honest with you, back in my earlier content creating days, when you look at all the other content creators and you kind of see what they're doing and how they're successful and whatnot, which is usually a bad thing, by the way. Never look at the big, super big, creators as a way to model your own channel. That's one of the worst things you can do, because they're gonna be successful no matter what, because they already made it. So they can have like the worst music, they can have the worst microphone quality, they can have the worst everything, and people will still watch because they already made it, right? But anyways, my thought was, when I was a bit smaller, was, well, how do I get people to stick around in a raid? Because usually when you raid out to a different creator, like most of the audience usually, leave. They're just like, oh, well, my favorite creator is going offline, so I'm just gonna leave, right? So that's the usual. Some people will stick around, but most will leave. That's just normal, right? So my thought is, well, how do I get people to at least stick around long enough to check out the content? Well, getting rated is like the first impression for a lot of people coming into your channel. So I'm like, well, what if the first impression is good? What if I do something that catches their attention to make them want to stay for at least a little longer, maybe like 5 minutes longer or whatever, because they saw the cool raid thing or whatever, right? Now I caught their attention, maybe they want to stay a little longer now. And hopefully they become, regulars, or, they might stop by in the future again at some point, right? So that was the thought process. Two, the other thing that kind of comes along with that is, well, if people like the raid dance, right, or the raid alert, then that means content creators will raid more often because they want to see the alert. So they go, hey, yo, let's go back to the Oxide again because I really like the core raid alert. So I get raided more often, more consistently by some creators because they literally just want to see the dance, right? Which also helps with building the channel. So that was the thought process. Yeah, but it seems like people really like it, so I think it was definitely worth the effort to do said thing. But Pookie, appreciate the raid. Of course, again, how was your evening? I am playing Projectile Dysfunction setup build. We're waiting on our medication for Blizzard to fix our PD. They said they're working on it. We'll see. what makes evade cooldown go down like that? It's an implicit on the boots. Attacks reduce evade cooldown by X amount of seconds. Blizzard has ED. No, Rapid Fire has PD. We call it projectile dysfunction because Rapid Fire is not working. Our projectiles isn't functioning the way it's supposed. It should and we're supposed to. It's kind of an inside joke, but yeah. Oof. Oh, that hurt. Think about leveling the rogue next. Play Heartseeker for sure. Barrage into Heartseeker is usually a really good combo. I spent most of the season playing Heartseeker, so I figured, hey, let's play some Rapid Fire. I don't like hate it, but the ring really makes it not the most fun thing to play, in my opinion. No! That's what I get for not having an unstoppable at all. When are they removing the A55 item power treasure badge though? They did say tomorrow. Right? They made a Blizzard post saying, I did not see you. They did make a Blizzard post saying tomorrow, right? Oh, my gear is broken. That's alright. We'll play through it. So right now for Blizzard, it is 10:42 p.m. their time, Thursday. So yeah. I'm not dealing no damage at least, even though my gear is broken. I guess that worked. One Blizzard day usually lasts 48 hours too. But legit people like, you know, Adam and stuff use, you know, like Adam Fletcher usually does get comments like that on Twitter all the time. It's like, when are you gonna fix such and such? And it'd be like legit 1:30 in the morning, like Blizzard time, and it's like, you said you're gonna fix it today, and it's like 1:30 a.m. It's like, bro, they're not even at work yet. Oof. That's rough. I might not even actually finish this, to be honest with you. I'm walking through with this with broken gear. This is probably not the best first impression, chat. I'm usually better than this with this. But yeah. Wait, where'd he go? And the sharpshooter too. I hate this boss. My damage is so low with this broken gear. I don't know. I don't know if you'll finish this. If I get it once, I'm like dead. Then they said it didn't know the boss though. That's in the patch. The patch itself hasn't came out yet. Even if they nerf the boss, my gear is broken, so like I don't think it really matters. I'm gonna die like horrible deaths. Nah. Sometimes he posts about Dallas ice hockey team, and sometimes replies, "Monk win." That's like, could you make a stutter step guide video or just go over briefly how and how to master it? I worry about doing that because I don't think anyone wants to stutter step the way that I do it. So it's like people watch me do it and I get it, and it's like, hey, that's actually pretty cool. But when I actually show you what I'm doing, I don't think people actually really want to do it that way. And it just doesn't, I just don't feel like it makes sense to make a video like that. Because once you figure out what I'm doing, you're just like, oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. Right? And then you're going to do like some sort of force move option. I could probably talk about a force move option, you know, or a few force move options, which doesn't give you as much freedom of movement, but it's a lot easier to do, but it's not what I'm doing. So it's like, well, what do you do? So people will be like, well, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, you don't want to do what I'm doing. I promise you. But yeah, it takes a while to actually do it well with the way that I'm doing it. Like it's not something you're going to be able to learn in like a couple of days or even a week or whatever like that. Like I've been doing this for decades, this way for decades. So it's a natural muscle memory, but it's not something that like you see in the video and then you got it down at a good, you know, speed in like a week. It's just not going to happen that way. I know because I actually used to teach people how to do it back in D3, like, you know, years ago. And like I would set up a whole like training ground on it and stuff like that, like D3 vanilla, whatever, to kind of like, you know, show how you practice it and things. And if those boys hurt. But hard to like double any key and then hold it down, which I right click the stutters. Yeah, but you can only go in one direction, right? Like force move is kind of like that too, somewhat. Like you can't change your direction on the fly. Bro, what? Did I change my resistances or something? I'm like getting mauled all of a sudden when I wasn't before. No, it's just they're just doing the thing. Yeah. I think maybe I'm just over rapid fire. That's why you get dot damage reduction for skill tree. The thing about it is that I usually don't even have an issue with my Heartseeker setup, and I don't have rug there either. So I guess it's just kind of baffling me why it's so different with this setup versus my Heartseeker setup. And my damage reduction, my DR is very similar. Or almost similar. So I don't like taking something when I was fine in a different setup. Like, I'd rather try to figure out what the problem is versus find a band-aid fix for it. Oof. Yeah. Drop Fist of Face 2 GAs. Yeah, I don't think Fist of Face has any value this season. The puncture isn't better. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, if you want to do puncture with this, then you play with the crossbow. If you want to do Heartseeker or Forceful Arrow, then you play with the bow. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I'm also playing with like very thrift shop gear, so this is probably not the... I wouldn't look at this as like the prime example of what rapid fire can do. I'm not even fully masterworked on half of my pieces. As in, like, I put this together like 2 days ago. Looks like less CC. Not really. It shouldn't be. Yeah, before I was doing this in like the A9 in like 3 minutes. So I don't know if I changed something on accident. I'll double check. I learned by playing UE multi-shot for years in D3. Yeah. Well, yeah. That'll do it. Yeah, also, I still have Undying too as well. It's kind of weird. Has anyone used Pattern Mirrors on Heartseeker? It's not worth. Because keep in mind, the buff doesn't buff Victimize, so since all your damage comes from Victimize and the proc, then it's really not that great of a glove for Heartseeker. So remember, your damage is so yeah, it's kind of a proc doesn't proc sort of ordeal. So yeah, so as you can see my equipment here. These are actually okay, but like, look at this amulet. Malice is terrible for this setup. Rank 2, rank 8, I think on these two. Rank 4 on this one, rank 4 on this one, rank 8 on this one. But I didn't want to invest too much if I didn't think I was going to be playing rapid fire for that long. Can you switch a Heartseeker with puncture without having to change a bunch of light Paragon? Yeah, you can. I mean, it'll be less effective than Heartseeker, but you can do it. Bro, exploit or Frigid Finesse on Rogue. What build? Exploit and Frigid Finesse is yeah. Like for rapid fire, absolutely Frigid Finesse. You would never do exploit on rapid fire. Heartseeker, either or. Is fine. Exploit is a better overall passive, but Frigid Finesse is better for speed farming up until the boss in the pit. So they're both very close. Any recommendation on what aspect to drop for Heartseeker for Undying at higher pits. I don't know what the rest of your gear is. So I don't know what aspects you've taken. I am assuming that you have shared misery right now. Do you have shared misery on your pants or whatever?
My turn.
Appreciate the prime. Yes. So if you look at the planner, I do have a high push pit planner, right? So on the high pit push planner version of that, you can see that Undying is back in the equation instead of shared misery, because shared misery isn't going to really help you in the higher tier pits. In that case, you're going to end up making them unstoppable faster than you want them to. You like it, Mr. Pimp? Okay, cool. Did I get my free pony yet? I did. All right, so we're gonna pivot and do something a little different. I think I can kind of keep most of what I have and still do what I'm trying to do. I think. Like, it's gonna be awful. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, what I'm gonna do is probably gonna be awful, but we're gonna try it anyway. But I might need to make some adjustments to my Paragon board. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to is both of them the same thing? Oof. Okay, so I'm gonna have to figure out a different Intel node. Everything is Intel except that. Also won't need that, so yeah. So I guess we're gonna have to do like a pretty thrift shopped setup here as well. Okay. Okay. So Candy has to go. Actually, these two actually have to go. So I guess I have to just pick a third board. Sorry, a seventh board instead. Nah, I guess this is fine. I guess I'll keep that there, but that has to go. This has to go. Actually, I guess I could keep that. I guess I have to keep exploit. Well, now no, because now I'm gonna have issues. Procking vulnerable now. Old imbuement. And I think about it, and I won't be able to get my resources back without that either. Okay, so I might not be able to do it. Yeah, actually, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. I will have to. I don't have enough Angel of Breaths to even attempt to roll. Yeah, 200. Yeah, 221 is not enough. Oof. All right, so yeah, I wouldn't even be able to do it even if I wanted to. I would have no real way to vulnerable, and without that, I'm gonna without like some resource tempers. Puncture. I mean, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of not running a basic attack. If I'm gonna do puncture, you might as well just do combo points. Oh, the song. Oh, you mean was it Amish Paradise? Yeah. I guess I could do Blast Trappers aspect, but that means I have to 100% play around Blast Trappers. That's the only option I got, I think, to make it work. Which means I think we'll kind of get rid of this too as well. $33 points. I guess we can get rid of all of this, really. Actually, we can just get rid of this whole board. But I think I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. It's a good way to get out. Yeah, I can get out this way. For another board. I guess we can take I guess we could take Cheap Shot. Or actually Ambush, really. We can do the let's do that. I know there's like another I know there's an easy way to get up here. It's 15 strength. Care about any other stuff. Yeah. 20. This 25. Okay, we maxed out there, so we're good there. Just go out and take this node. All right, so at least we did that much. I think I'm gonna have to at least go back up here to at least cap resistances. 1, 2, 7, 12, 13. Okay. Before I do that though, let's fix these areas here. So we need to take a can't remove that. Actually, I guess I could. This is strength, so I guess I can just go down here and just. Actually, what glyph was that? I just took out. You see, yeah. You just do pride. Not gonna take any of this. I guess that's not gonna help me as much either. I can just go this way then. So let's remove. The only reason why people take consumer of a poison trap for Heartseeker build is it more for hardcore build? It's just preference, really. Consumer makes more sense in high tier pits or whatever. Because you want to not aggravate or aggro the mobs or whatever, as you're doing what you're doing. So like consumer makes more sense there. But in terms of speeds is concerned, because I like to kill everything along the way, I typically just like to poison trap just gives me 12% more crit chance, as well as a guaranteed proc on retribution, which is kind of really nice to have for speeds, the combo. But of course you don't have to do that. Nah, the build doesn't change much at all. Like it's like a 6 skill that really doesn't make or break your build when you're speed farming. It can be whatever you want. Death trap, poison trap, anything except shadow clone, basically. Just as long as shadow clones. What is recommended crit chance and task before Heartseeker? Look at the guide in the YouTube description. I have it all laid out for you, sir, on Maxroll. So I can't remove this board, which means that I'm gonna have to just go back up here. I didn't want to, but we're going to. This is just a test experiment anyway, so I guess it's fine. And that works out. Yes. But I do have pride here, which means I need to get chipped here. I think everything else is okay. Exploit. Combat, of course. Roll. Yeah, so yeah, just chipped, I guess, is the only one I think I would. Of course, now I gotta reconfigure everything here. 20 decks. Intel. It's 30 decks still. Something real quick. Yeah, quick deck somewhere. Is it really 2 over there? It's rough. It's not perfect, but it will. It's far from perfect actually, but it'll work out for testing purposes though. Alright, yeah, but this will be good
Yo,
enough.
dark
Mr.
side.
Silent with the
We just
raid.
got raided, son. You know how we do.
What's
Drop
happening,
my
man?
new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What is going on?
Silent 1 raided my stream with 17 views.
You caught me experimenting with something I know for sure is not gonna work, but we're gonna do it anyways. Pretty much for the funsies at the moment. But this is gonna go horribly. And that's okay. That is absolutely okay. Let's see. So we got our cow traps. We're good. I'm actually not gonna even worry about cold imbuement. So we're gonna actually, you know what? We're actually gonna do trap. We're gonna do poison trap. It's cause. So we'll do that there. I have 1 point left. Now that I have a knot down, we'll put some poison to rugged. Actually, you know what we could do? We'll just do this. I don't have any crit chance here, but that's fine. We're okay, and then we have to change rapid fire to this one. Alright, so now we gotta go to remove this or blast trappers because we can't prop vulnerable without it. And then we're gonna do accelerating here because we don't have a basic attack anymore. I think everything else remains the same. Oh, we have an extra skill, so I guess we'll go like this and then do this. And then we'll change specialization to inner sight and hope that this somehow works out in some way. It's a yes, this is. You have wrap on your rings the whole time, really? Wow. Alright, so this is gonna feel super weird, but we're gonna do it. Alright, so we need to start at like a low pitch here. Probably could do Hell Tie with this. Let's start at like, I don't know, 69. Activating horror mode? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. I am at that point right now, Peacha, where I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just did I hear that the new song Armageddon? Not yet. Not yet. I haven't added anything new to my playlist in about a month, so but no, I haven't heard it yet. Okay. Do I have anything else that is? Well, I guess the cold imbuement stuff, but that's gonna have to stay. Yeah, and the only way I'm gonna be able to keep up vulnerable is blast trappers, by the way. So, okay, so this is gonna be interesting. I hate game one of the finals. You mean Celtics and Dallas? Yeah. Talk about hard mode, bro. This feels so clunky in a sense in terms of like not canceling your whatchamacallit. Like you cannot stutter step with this at all. It's like so hard. Oh no, I have exploit. I guess that exploit only lasts for 3 seconds and has a 20-second cooldown. So like once the first 3 seconds are up, then I have to rely on blast trappers for vulnerable, because I can't just roll that stat on the ring because, well, I don't have enough angel breath to do it. I'm not about to waste all the angel breath for an experiment. Can't you have evade CD reduced by Days Mom so I can cancel the animation? I mean, the thing is that even if I cancel the animation, you can understand that when I do, there's evade has like frames, right? So every time you evade, it still takes a while to shoot after you evade like that initial time, which actually isn't much of a problem when you're running combo points, but when you're doing like something like intercept or whatever, you want to get as many shots as possible. So if you evade after every shot, you're actually losing damage versus gaining damage, even if you are canceling the animation. Where your goblins at? That's what I'm saying. Does the event work properly now? No. It is not tomorrow yet, Blizzard time. In fact, it is 11:18 p.m. Blizzard's time. So when they said tomorrow, they literally meant tomorrow. But their time. Sure I'm not like missing anything. It actually performed a little better than I thought I was going to. Like a smidge better than what I thought was gonna happen. I thought it was gonna be a bit more disastrous than that. What time is it for me? It is 2:19 a.m. Is it better to get masterwork on the tempered vulnerable or regular vulnerable? Honestly, the GA vulnerable, but I mean, generally speaking, I would say the tempered vulnerable, honestly. But it doesn't. It's really not as big of a deal, honestly. Say regular is 25% of base. So is it really a bigger value on the base versus the temper? Versus the tempered one. Also, what up, Rip? Or GA, yes, okay. I don't think he has GA on his I think he just has regular. He's saying tempered vulnerable or regular vulnerable. This is YouTube chat. To start a rogue, any advice? What class are you coming from? Oof, that hurt. Barb, okay. Prepare to die a lot until you get Dark Shroud ranks in your chest. Just gonna be honest. Also, Rogues is generally a bit more buttons for most builds until you get Heartseeker. Outside of that, yeah. Rogues are quick, they're fast, agile. Biggest advice is get Dark Shroud on chest immediately. Ranks of Dark Shroud on chest immediately. No matter what build you're playing. Oh, and of course Umbras to proc the Dark Shroud. That's also very important. Okay. It's really difficult to rely on blast trappers for the extended vulnerable. Like, really, really hard. I don't have a choice because I definitely am not spending Angel Breaths to try to roll a vulnerable on a ring right now. I guess I could do maybe Shadow Imbuement or whatever and get the explosions or whatever for the quick 2-second vulnerable, but that's still kind of situational. Almost got myself killed there. I do like the physical explosion of the ring though. Like just the physical explosion is satisfying to look at. J Mac, what's up, man? Okay, I guess that kind of worked. Still got 8,000 Angel Breath. Yeah, I went through so many of mine one day, just like re-rolling for something for a single stat, and still didn't get it. much. Yeah, this is actually kind of mildly fun. In a sense. Because then I don't feel so bad if I miss a couple of rapid fires because I'm just spamming it anyway. So I don't feel it's not as bad as missing a combo point rapid fire shot. It's a Maz and 5. Think of what else is there. I guess Edge Master isn't really doing as much for me, and could I technically do the repeating with? I doubt it. I doubt it'll make sense. But you know what? Since we're experimenting, we might as well. Might as well. That's a good source to. Like I'm really not getting much value out of Edge Master. But anyways, we're gonna do the ring anyway. All right.
May your road be filled with wonder.
Alright, same tier again. Just 69 best tier.
Need more time.
I feel like I almost have to play like Heartseeker a little bit. I guess set all my traps up or whatever.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more energy.
How can I do a piss with this build? Yeah, no idea. And I doubt you're gonna want to do that with this. This is a purely experimental setup. More so for fun versus right anything. When you do high tier pits, you're not doing high tier pits for fun. You would not be doing this with that. It's neat, don't get me wrong. It's like a boss killer for you. Are you kidding me? I hate snakes.
Need more time.
actually work. Yeah, it's almost like I have to combo this like in a similar way that I do Heartseeker. Like traps being really, really important. Is rapid fire still broken? I mean, technically, I guess. Indiana Jones be like, "What's up? What's your recommendation first? Recommended first before roll coming from Barb?" Barrage. Barrage is very straightforward, very easy to play. Hard to miss any projectiles. What would a high tier pit build look like with rapid fire? The one we got on Maxroll, and I guess any rapid fire video guide. It would definitely be combo point related for sure. Even if this does look a bit cooler than combo point variants. Is it me or does it seem like the projectors are lobbing over them at times? Yep, sure does. That is part of our frustrations right now with with the Scoundrel's Kiss ring. If I could decide to change something about Rogue, what would it be? I would separate the class. Instead of this whole hybrid thing of having assassin and range or whatever stuff, I would just screw that and just make assassin like all melee, rogue like a rogue assassin or whatever, and then just give them more melee stuff, like more assassin-y melee attacks, whatever, and then make the range stuff as like a Amazon or something, or a demon hunter or whatever. Just like split the range part into a whole different class, so we're not sharing skills that we don't use together, because hybrid rows don't exist. Despite the fact that we have a skill tree that has, you know, two different things, right? We got these core skills and, you know, 3 range, 2 melee or whatever. Like, we're kind of gimped in terms of options depending on the archetype you want to play. So I think they should have just split the classes apart, honestly. Keep rogue as assassin, give it more melee stuff, and then make a demon hunter / I don't know, Amazon type class or something that's just bow and arrow ish stuff. Bow and arrow, range, traps, those kind of things. All right. Well, that was actually kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. Even though I was missing a lot of my arrows, I still miss the arrows, obviously. But I didn't care as much because I was able to spam it the entire time. So that was slightly fun. If I want to farm out a GA Assurers, I should wait for the pass if they burn a normal mass boss, right? Probably. That would be the thing I would do. But all right. With that being said, I know I haven't been streaming for long, but I am gonna actually have to take off for the night. I promise I will have a longer stream tomorrow. Like I said, I had a really, really long day, so I'm like exhausted. And I should probably listen to my body because I'm still in recovery. So that's what we're gonna do today. So tomorrow, I might go back to playing some more Heartseeker for a little bit, but then we're going to level a new class either tomorrow or Saturday. So on Friday or Saturday, we will level a new class. So it'll either be Druid or Sork. Still haven't decided yet which one I want to do. If it's Sork, it's going to be Frozen Orb. If it's Druid, it's going to be Wind Shear. So we'll probably spend the weekend messing around on one of those two classes. Boyle, what's going on? You know my vote. Well, I mean, if you're here to kind of walk me through some things, then you know that might persuade my vote. Eventually I'm going to play both classes. It's just I don't know which one I'm going to do first. So do you think Force of Arrow is viable for end game? I really like it. Just hit level 80. You mean Force for Arrow as like a build, like building around Force for Arrow? I mean, you can do Force for Arrow as a basic attack and the combo point build. You can do that with Rapid Fire if you want. You can do that with Pin Shot technically if you want as well, like to build combo points. But in terms of like an arrow by itself, like build around it like you do Heartseeker, probably not. Why not roll Barbarian? Because I'm not looking to fall asleep while I play the game. Barbarian's very opposite of literally everything I stand for. So like a bash barb would literally put me to sleep. What's another? I think Flay Barb is actually kind of neat though. I do kind of like Flay. At least the idea of like pulling things is actually kind of neat. But Barbs are very tanky. So like I have to find a way to play like a glass cannon barb somewhere somehow, like super glass cannon barb. We're talking about like 30k HP barb if that really exists. Like I can do it on a Sork for sure, but anyways, the reality is that like barb is a very get in your face type class, and typically speaking, I don't like getting hit. So like I like playing builds in which I can finesse the mobs, and the barbarian is naturally jump into stuff and beat the crap out of it, up close, which is generally how I generally don't really care to play. So like that's the real reason. So with Sork, Frozen Orb, I can like throw things across the screen or whatever. Druid, I have Tornado, which I can kind of play at a distance somewhat. Lightning Storm can be played at a distance somewhat. Wind Shear obviously can definitely be played at a distance or whatnot with some finesse. So that's all. Immortal Sork actually fun. Well, that's the thing. I don't want to do that either. Immortal Sork will also put me to sleep. If I'm in no danger, I'm gonna fall asleep. Like legit fall asleep, because it's like if there's nothing that can kill me, then it's kind of like I don't have to avoid anything. I don't have to worry about fixes. I don't have to worry about learning, how my class deal with certain adversities. So for me, that is a bore. I need to feel danger if I'm gonna play a build. Play Dark Souls then? Well, I mean, honestly, I would play more Dark Souls games, but like on stream, but my audience wouldn't watch me play Dark Souls, so I probably wouldn't even have a stream if I Dark Souls. So Blade Shift, bro. I had a Shank build. Seriously, I had a Shank build. Or I called it Shank Rogue, which was Blade Shift. Honestly, if I could find a way to survive, I couldn't find a way to survive because on Rogue is either you have Dark Shroud up or you're dead, and I have not found a good way to be able to have a way to consistently have Dark Shroud up. Now, don't get me wrong, I like being glassy, but without Dark Shroud, it's a one shot. Like no matter what you do, it's a literal legit one shot. And you can't have a one shot playing that close, right? So like you can't finesse around it. So I haven't figured out how to mitigate that. If I do, I'll make a build guide on that, but I just can't. I love it though. I really like the play style of it though. Shank Rogue. Panda, what's going on, man? I only use Fireboard for the competition, boring build, and stressful on hardcore, but it's strong and way more have fun if on softcore. Okay. I guess the way I see it, I see people play it is literally like they're immortal, and you're standing on top of an elite until it dies, and then you get to the boss, you stay on top of the boss for 8 minutes until it dies, and then it's like GG. I don't know. I don't know if that's me, but I think you kind of have to, given the mechanics of Firebolt, and I guess Flame Wall. I guess the way that it works or whatever, because you have to shotgun the fireballs anyway. So I don't know. But we'll see. So tomorrow, Druid of Sork, but we will do some Heartseeker though at the start, and then we'll start leveling another class. So promise it'll be a longer stream tomorrow. In the meantime, let's see. Let's go to I haven't been hurt in a long time. Let's see. Did Cupcake Cult. Yeah, this is where we're going. Hey, Pookie Prince. Actually, oh, you stuck around. That's actually pretty cool. Usually people raid out and like they go to bed because they're tired. That's the end of the stream. But yeah, you actually stuck around. That's pretty cool. I appreciate you, by the way. But yeah, tomorrow we will do, like I said, definitely some Heartseeker, so you guys can actually see some strong gameplay again, I guess. I'm sure I probably didn't do the Rogue justice tonight with trying to experiment with some off meta setups, I guess. But yeah, Conger, what's going on, man? But anyhow, yep, I'll see y'all tonight or later. You say it's Heartseeker Rogue fun for me. I make it fun. Like you can play a standstill, but I don't stand still. And with Heartseeker, I do a lot of stutter stepping and like not getting hit and stuff. So the gameplay with Heartseeker, the way I play it, is actually very intense. But you can play it, hold down one button at the cow trap an area and just stand still. But that's boring, and you guys know how I feel about that. So, anyhow, enjoy Cupcake Cult. I will see y'all tonight, and as always, till next time.